like
So
1.2k LP, while 1166. And the champions like, Warwick, for example, or Olaf or whatever, especially in lower elo where people will give you more all-in timers. But I go flash and teleport literally every game because I think TP is too important at a higher level of play for carrying the mid to late game. I don't like playing without teleport as the game goes on. So I go flash and TP every game. You do as you please. If you like taking Ignite for that extra kill pressure and you think your teleport usage isn't the best, then go flash Ignite, right? And when you're late, early every game, I just take Grasp. I think it is the best scaling. You guys in the rune section, better kill pressure in lane. I agree, it does. But the thing is that the precision tree kind of sucks. Like, you don't really get much from precision tree, right? Whereas with Grasp, you get to take Demolish, you get second wind for your laning phase, you get Overgrowth, which Grasp plus Overgrowth will usually give you 300 plus health, right? It's like a full Giant's Belt worth of health. And you'll feel the difference in your games. Once you hit like your 2-item spike, you will be a lot tankier with the Grasp page than with the Lethal Tempo page, right? And that's why I like it more. Combine that with the fact that if you're going lethal, you only get to choose either Resolve or Inspiration Tree, right? And I think that Biscuits and Cosmic are so important on Jax to take right now. And so that's why I run this rune page every single game. You can't go wrong with this rune page, okay? If you take this every game, you can't go wrong. It's the most consistent rune page. It's easy to play. You just play short trades with your W. It scales really well. Gives you good map pressure. You take towers fast. Overall, this rune page is really good, right? If you do want to go lethal, though, I will say Lethal Tempo can be good in lower elo because people will give you more all-in opportunities, right? In higher elo, people aren't as bad, and so they recognize when they can and can't fight you, so you don't get all-ins as much. But in lower elo, you do, right? So if I was going to go Lethal Tempo, this is the page I would take. I would go Lethal, Presence of Mind, Alacrity, and then probably Coup de Grace or Last Stand. Either one, kind of depends on the matchup. In easier matchups, I would go Coup de Grace. In harder, I would go Last Stand. And then I would go Biscuits and Jack of all trades, right? And early health, like this. This is the page that you want to take for Lethal Tempo. And your build, which I'll talk about in the build section, but you basically want to rush. You want to start Doran's Blade, and then on first reset, you want to get Boots and a Dagger, or Boots and a Glowing Moat, but I would go Dagger, right? Works better with Lethal Tempo. This will give you the Jack of all trades, 10 Adaptive Force at 5 stacks on your first recall, which is really strong. And yeah, overall, you'll just have a really good all-in rune page. But like I said, I do go this page every single game. You can't go wrong with it, right? Lethal Tempo can be good in lower elos. I wouldn't really go any other rune page. I know you can go Phase Rush if you want to go AP Jax. I don't go AP Jax ever. I know Baus does. I know some people like it. I wouldn't actually recommend it for climbing. I think it's just not the best Jax playstyle. There's also like Conquer and Fleet, but I'll just stay away from both of those. You don't need either one. So yeah, this is the rune section. Go Grasp or go Lethal if you really like the playstyle and you're in lower elo. But this is definitely most consistent. I will see you guys in the probably the build section. Will be next. All right, guys, let's talk about builds. And specifically, I want to mention that I'm focusing on builds that will get you elo and make you rank up and make you win. Okay, I know there's fun Jax items out there. I know there's different builds, like there's Tank Jax or there's Navori. You know, it's really fun to use. There's AP Jax. I'm focusing not on the fun stuff. I'm focusing on what will actually result in you getting elo and climbing. So do keep that in mind. But yeah, let's get into it. So starting items. When I go Grasp, I go Doran's Shield pretty much every single game, okay? Pretty much every single game. I'll just say every single game, actually. I don't remember the last time I went Doran's Blade on Jax. The reason I do this is because most of your damage when you're going Grasp page comes from Grasp procs, your W, and your E. You don't really sit there auto-attacking the enemy champion that often, and so the AD that you get from Doran's Blade isn't that valuable, right? That's why I go Doran's Shield every single game, because I would rather have the extra health and the health regen that it provides, right? You can kind of play Jax like a drain tank, you know, with Grasp procs, which will be shown in like the gameplay examples. But yeah, that's why I go Doran's Shield every single game. If you're going to go Lethal Tempo Jax, you can go Doran's Blade, right? You should go Doran's Blade and take Jack of all trades as well. And then, yeah, we'll talk about first recall. So, if you're going Grasp, which I do, you always want to try to get Sheen when you can on your first recall, right? Sometimes it's not going to happen. You're not going to have enough gold. When that's the case, just go Ruby Crystal and Refill Pot. I think health is more OP than AD early game. And so, yeah, I often just pick up a Ruby Crystal, my first reset with a refillable potion. And this just lets you stay in lane for so long, right? Otherwise, you can go Longsword and refill pot. Either way, always try to get a refill pot. Okay, that shit is so broken, right? It gives you 200 health on every single reset for free. Or, like, for 150 gold. Like, it's so good. So gold efficient for your laning phase. So, always buy a refill pot on your first recall. I sometimes will literally buy it over, like, a glowing bow or a dagger or whatever. I will take the refill potion. But yeah, always try to get Sheen first. If you're going lethal tempo setup and you take Joe and you start Doran's Blade, then you should go Longsword and Dagger, right? Or Longsword and Glowing Moat so that you can get the 5 different stats. But that's only for lethal tempo. First item, go Trinity Force every single game. I never sway from Trinity Force. Boots. You want to go Plated Steel Caps into heavy AD comps, obviously. Merc Treads into heavy AP comps, but only if they have Tenacity, right? Or Tenacity. Only if they have a lot of CC, so the Tenacity is worth it, right? If I'm playing against, like, Akali and Zac and, like, I don't know, thinking, like a Soraka support or something like that, right? Or a Xerath or something. Don't go Mercs, just go flat MR. The point is, sorry, I like brain farted there for a sec, but the point is, you don't want to build Mercs into comps that don't actually have a lot of CC, because you're just spending a bunch of gold on Tenacity that doesn't even help you, right? So instead, you'd want to go different boots, like maybe Lucidity boots or Swifties, and then just buy a Negatron cloak, right? So yeah, that's boots. Lucidities, you can go if you're like really far ahead, and Swifties are good into champs that have slows like Dr. Mundo or like a Singed with Rylai's, stuff like that, right? That's when you want to go Swifties. Second item, I go Sundered Sky every single game, without fail. I build Sundered Sky pretty much every single game, I should say, actually. There are some cases. So I will go Spear of Shojin to have more, have my E up more often. If I'm against a champion like Tryndamere, or if I'm against, like, really just any enemy team comp that has a lot of auto attackers, right? Where I think my E value being up all the time is really important. I will go Spear of Shojin and Lucidity Boots, right? Because this lets you just have your E up all the time. Super strong, right? Titanic Hydra. If you're going to go like a split push build, you can go Titanic Hydra second and Hullbreaker third, and it's really strong. I never do this because this isn't how I play, but I know there's some Jax players that do. So you can go Titanic Hydra. It gives you pretty decent burst. I would argue less burst than Sundered Sky, but I haven't actually done the math on it. But yeah, for split pushing it is pretty good, right? And then finally, Riftmaker. I like going Riftmaker against tanks that stack armor, right? So think about like Malphite. Sion will build armor sometimes. So Sion, or in these champions where you kind of lose extended trades normally, Riftmaker can actually swing it sometimes. Now, I wouldn't go Riftmaker into like Dr. Mundo, for example. He's just going to beat you anyway. But against a champ like Malphite who stacks armor, going Riftmaker is really strong because it still gives you like haste and health and damage, but it swaps your damage to more AP. And yeah, it gives you good like all-in potential and the damage amp like over time being in combat. So Riftmaker's pretty good second sometimes. Rest of your build, you can go like Zhonya's. I go Zhonya's every game pretty much, unless there's just like no AD damage on the enemy team. Otherwise, I'm building Zhonya's. Zhonya's is so strong on Jax. It's basically used as a tool, not only to give you a lot more damage, it actually gives you a good amount of damage, but it's used as a tool to get your E off twice in one fight, right? So you can hop in, pop your E, stun people, Zhonya's, right? And then your E will come back up when you're out of it, or you can like hop away to your team. It basically just buys you a lot of time. It's really strong. Awesome that you can build it on Jax. Honestly, I think it's broken that you can build it on Jax. It's stupid, but we'll take it. We'll make use of it. So yeah, that's my best core build at the moment. I build that probably 90 to 95% of my games, just Trinity Sundered Zhonya's. Sterix Gauge, you can go, if you want some tenacity, maybe it's like fourth item. I go Sterix sometimes. Frozen Heart is good into heavy AD auto attacking comps, like I was talking about with Spear of Shojin, right? You go something like Trinity, Spear, and then Frozen Heart, and you're just really strong into a comp that has like 3 or more auto attackers, right? Kaenic is good into high AP bursts, so think about like Elise or, I don't know, Syndra. Champs like that, Kaenic is pretty strong into. Hullbreaker, like I said, if you're going a split push build, then yeah, feel free to grab Hullbreaker with Titanic Hydra. Pair that with Lethal Tempo, it can be really strong for side laning. Deal a lot of damage, a lot of on-hit. Wit's End is good. I build Wit's End fourth a lot after Zanya's, just to give me some MR, tenacity, and yeah, just damage, honestly, and the attack speed feels really good. And then Unending Despair, I actually go often a lot as well, just to get like MR, armor, nice heal, some ability haste, and health. Unending Despair is just all around a really good, like, later on in the game item. For the most part, I don't build, or not for the most part, I should say, I never build hyper carry items like Ginsu's or Terminus or whatever on Jax, okay? I just don't think it's good. So yeah, I never do that. Later on in the game, you're usually not going to be strong enough to beat the champions that beat you already, even if you go like a hyper carry build. So it's better to just go the build that gives you better team fighting, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's builds. Drop any questions you have in the comments below. But yeah, I'll see you in the next section. Alright guys, real quick before we get into the matchup section, I did want to plug my my matchup guide. So you can find this in my school community down below. It also comes with a full laning phase guide and a full mid to late game macro guide. But basically, this kind of acts as like your handbook when you're in Champ Select, right? So if I see that I'm against Ambessa, I can just go to the Ambessa page, right? I can see the recommended rune setup, whether you take or give prio, which is just pushing level 1 or not, the itemization, skill order, and then just like general notes on how to play it, as well as a video, a 1 to 2 minute video for every matchup on trade patterns and how to play them, right? So that's like Ambessa, we can look at Darius, right? Same thing. Got a little video, alternate setup, right? I do consider like in lower elos, maybe you want to play lethal tempo. So I give you the setup for that, itemization for both setups, and yeah, just general notes on every single matchup. So if you do want access to this, just join the school community down below. It's really good. I'm really trying to make it super valuable. And yeah, I hope to see you in there, but I'll see you at the tier list. Alright guys, so let's talk about matchups, right? You'll notice if you watched my last year's video, I'm actually just using the same matchup tier list as last year because nothing's really changed, to be honest. I kind of agree with all my takes from last year, except for Ryze. I would put Ryze in the hard but winnable section here. And the only other thing is you gotta think about, what's it called? Ambessa and Aurora both being added to the game. I would put both Ambessa and Aurora in the hard but winnable section. I think they're both kind of hard matchups for Jax, but you can win both if you play properly. And Ambessa is actually one of the examples I have in the footage section. But, gameplay footage, that is. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. Some stuff you might be wondering about, like why is Dr. Mundo and the Jax winning? This is specifically for laning phase, okay? I'm not really taking into account, like, scaling in this thing. Scaling in, like, the rest of the game. This is just for laning phase. That's what I think about when I think about matchups. And so, yeah, you shouldn't lose lane with Dr. Mundo. But he does get hard to play against once he's won the 2 items. So that's why I have him in Jax winning. Yeah. Other than that, all this should make sense. For bans, I would recommend banning if you're in lower elo, probably like Garen or Pantheon would be good bans. I in high elo, my permaban is Jace right now. Even though Jace isn't the hardest matchup, he is by far the most popular top laner in high elo. I see him all the time if I don't ban him. And so I just permaban Jace. I hate playing against the champion. That's my permaban in high elo. I would recommend you do the same if you're like above masters or so. But in lower elos, you can probably ban like either Pantheon, Garen, maybe Dr. Mundo if you struggle with it, or like Teemo. Whatever, just pick one of the harder matchups, and whichever one you hate the most, ban it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess the only other thing I would disagree with as well is Rumble. I would move Rumble to either hard but winnable or skill matchup. Rumble's not as strong as it used to be. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright guys, I wanted to make a quick like what to focus on to climb thing for those of you trying to learn Jax. So a lot of it isn't even Jax specific, to be honest. In your winning matchups, you want to be good at taking push, right? You don't want to push the first wave too fast. You want to use your E with minions to get good trades. So basically you like walk at your opponent. You kind of stand right on where the minions meet each other, level 1. And if your opponent auto attacks you, right, you pop your E, you start hitting them. The enemy minions hit you. This ramps up your E's damage. And then you can take really good level 1 trades, right? Playing hard on the level 2 timer, so holding your E until you get your Q on the level up and then Qing on them. And then, yeah, winning matchups, just crashing any wave after wave 4 and recalling, coming back to lane with your items is just what you want to focus on. Just making this whole process really clean will let you rank up and win lanes really easily. Losing matchups, giving push, taking no damage as they push in you or very minimal damage, right? And then playing the bounce is how you want to play losing matchups, so this is something to work on. Mastering your slow push on Jax is super strong and important, right? So getting really good at, and you'll see this in the games, right? But basically, they crash the wave, you slowly push it, right? You last hit every single minion, and you play aggressive on the bounce when you're slow pushing into them, right? This will get you so many solo kills and dives and stuff like that, plates, whatever. Really important to master that. Jax is so strong on the slow push just because his Q allows you to like jump on people. You can take really good Q auto W trades if they ever try to walk up on the wave. And then finally in the mid to late game, right, you're looking to pressure the side, and I talk about this later on in the video, like the mid to late game macro section, but you're basically looking to pressure the side and use that to create opportunities on the map. That's how I win all my games and carry them as Jax. You usually want to be present at team fights and stuff like that. So yeah, I just wanted to real quick give you guys like what you should focus on in your games to really climb on Jax. If you can master these things, you'll do well. So yeah, I'll see you in the mechanics section. Alright guys, welcome to the mechanics section. So, the first thing I want to talk about is your level 1, right? So when the wave first arrives, level 1, you basically want to stand in a winning matchup, right? You want to stand up on it, and if the enemy walks up, you basically auto them and then pop your E. And what you'll notice is this makes all the minions attack you, right? So if I just reset my cooldowns real quick, where I do that. If I auto this dummy, you'll see the minions start attacking me, right? And you'll see all these dodge things. That ramps up your E's damage, right? And so it's really important to be able to do that. How do I kill a dummy? I probably should have, okay, there we go. So, really important to be able to do that. Another thing I want to talk about in the laning phase, that is slight but important. Timing your autos with grasp, right? You can see down here on your hotbar when your grasp is going to come up, so I can wait like this and then time it perfectly, right? I can wait, I see 3, time it perfectly, right? This is important in laning phase, right? Just to wait that 1 extra second to time your grasp proc effectively. Super important, right? I missed that one. Try to do an auto W. That's the next mechanic though, is auto Ws, right? So just auto W. Really strong, really important. Easy auto reset on Jax that you definitely should be doing to make sure you can auto W well. Next thing is, if I level up real quick, Q auto W, so like this. Really strong trading pattern. Let me just, okay, it's shift F. So Q auto W, really strong, right? Really good way to take quick trades in lane, especially when you're playing the bounce, right? You just Q auto W. Super good, right? Clicking back and forth on Jax in general is really important, like being able to do this. Oftentimes, like you will be able to get opponents to walk in Q range if they otherwise wouldn't by clicking back and forth. So, and in general, like just for movement, right, it's really important to be able to click around really fast as Jax. So I would definitely work on that. Just work on your clicks, being able to click really well. Next thing I want to talk about is E usage when you're fighting people, and I'll have an example of this. But basically, what I see a lot of Jaxes mess up is they will pop their E in lane, and then they'll like Q and like fight like this, right? That is incorrect. You want to think of your E more as a tool to take perfect trades and dodge damage than you do as like to stun people, right? So instead, what you want to do is like Q auto W like that, and then pop your E, right? Pop your E once you Q on them, right? Like this is way better to do than popping your E like preemptively and then jumping, right? You want to always pop it in most situations and against most matchups. You want to pop it after you're on top of them so that they can't auto you and you can kind of walk with them and then stun them. It's another thing which I will show you an example in an actual game, but walking with people after you Q. So often I see people, they'll Q on an opponent and they'll just stand here like this, right? One of the most important things on Jax is being able to auto attack and then move, right? Auto attack and then move. I know some of you right click to auto attack, so just being able to auto and then move, right? Timing that is really important. And so that plays into like you Q on them and you immediately auto and move in whatever direction you think they're going to go. So if I think that this bot is going to run backwards, right, I want to immediately be clicking in this like direction so that I can stay with my enemy. So often I will see people, they just like do this and then they start clicking and like it just doesn't work well, right? So you want to just Q and immediately be clicking behind them in the direction they're trying to go. Some other Jax mechanics. Burst mechanic. If I level up real quick, one of the best Jax burst mechanics is basically you QRW, right? QRW auto is so strong. If people are low HP, like under tower, you can do this and you can basically buffer it through CC as well, like against a Riven or something. You just QRW auto, right? And yeah, the burst is really good. So I'll show it one more time. You Q, you R midair, and you W auto, right? Super good, super strong. Yeah, E flashes are good to learn as well, right? Make sure you can E flash. That's super good to know. Like so. You always want to ult early when you're playing Jax in fights. Make sure you're ulting early so that you get the most damage and resistance bonuses out of it. Another thing regarding flash is like sometimes in team fights, right? This will be like their front line and these are their ADC. So what you can do is you can kind of do this and then flash on the ADC, right? So you Q to the person in front and then you flash on the ADC. Super strong. People don't expect it often for some reason. But yeah, really strong thing to do. Just like playing with your movement and just being hard to predict, right? Like you Q here, you pop your E like you're gonna fight them, and then you flash on the ADC in the back line, right? Let me clear all dummies real quick. How do I do? Right, so just a quick example of showing why it's important to click after you Q on someone, right? Let me show you guys real quick here. Right, we Q, pop our E, but you'll see we're immediately moving after we Q, right? We don't stand still. And this is kind of like what I was trying to show you guys when I was talking about like queuing on people, popping your E, and immediately moving in a direction that is good, right? So in this case, I moved to the side because I know Mordekaiser is going to try to E. It's the same idea as like if they don't have an ability like that, you just move behind them, right? You walk with them. So yeah, that just demonstrates that. All right, so another Jax mechanic is Wing them and then queuing away really cleanly. So this can work both when you're trying to take a short trade, as I'll show right here, but also when you're pressuring the enemy under their tower. You just walk up to them, you W, and you Q as you're Wing away. Because your W's animation can be canceled, and you'll see this here in a sec, this is really strong, right? So here, I dodge Darius E, and you'll see, right? I W, Q as I'm Wing away, right? It looks pretty fucking sick, to be honest, right? But that's something you can do as Jax. You can WQ really fast and kind of cancel the W's animation with your Q. Like I said, it's really strong under tower as well. So do work on that. Buffering your W. Okay, so I don't really have an example here, but I will in the videos, I think, against a Riven especially. You can buffer your W through CC, right? So if like Gragas is body slamming me or like Riven is going to stun me, your W will always go through CC. It's a really strong mechanic to use on Jax, so make sure you make use of that, right? Same as like if Ambessa's going to ult you or Malphite's going to ult you, right? If you put your W on them as they're coming at you, your W will auto attack as soon as they get in range, even if they're like using a CC ability on you, which is really dumb in my opinion, but it works. So we'll take it, you know. If you're wondering how I auto attack like this, basically I just I click A and it does this, and then I left click, right? This kind of like separates your autos from what's it called? From your movement, right? Like your movement is right click and then A left click is your autos. This is something a lot of high elo players do. It's not necessary though. If you like just right clicking on everything, that works. I just find it kind of like makes an intentional auto attack, which is cool. Another thing I want to talk about is Sheen proc usage, okay? So often I will see people, right? They'll like do this and then they'll W right here. What's wrong with that, right? What's wrong with that is that you're not making full use of your Sheen, right? So if I know that like the person's low or I'm taking a pretty short trade, I like Q auto, I will wait for my Sheen to come back up before Wing, right? Or I'll wait for it to come back up before E-ing or Wing again, right? You overall, like, you want to be using Sheen to the maximum ability that you can. So if your W is up in like 2 seconds, right? Like let me just give an example, right? We wait for Sheen to be up and then we W. I kind of mistimed it there, but you get the point, right? you can basically watch down here, similar to the grasp thing. You can watch down here to see when it's going to be up, and then you can use that to take better trades. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the Jax mechanics. I don't think there's too much more. There's ward hopping actually. This is a big one. Ward hopping is really good, so just practice doing this like really clean. Basically, you just hit 4 and then you spam Q. Like that one wasn't clean. That one wasn't clean. That one was clean. That one was clean. So if you can work on it, right? Just like I'm doing in practice tool, it's pretty good. Ward hopping, being able to do it fast is really important. I find like you want to make sure you place it in range. If you place it out of range, then it's gonna feel choppy like that, right? But when you place it in range, it feels better. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Overall Q usage as well, I guess I will talk about. When you're in team fights, you want to Q into them and then usually like pop your E, your ult, whatever, Zanya's. And then your second Q, unless you're able to like kill someone, is usually Qing backwards. Always like be on the lookout for things you can Q to. Like if you're running away, you can Q to these plants. You can Q to, yeah, every single plant. Really strong for just getting away, right? Ward hops, like I said. Overall, your Q usage can just get you out of a lot of tricky spots, so keep that in mind. But yeah, guys, that's the mechanics section. I'll see you in the gameplay. Alright, guys. This game we're playing Jax against Ambessa. So this matchup is one where you're pretty favored. I would say it's Jax favored up until like one item or so. Even then, though, if you play it correctly, I think Jax can still win. But in the early game, you're definitely favored. So this is a matchup where you should be taking prio, and yeah, you can watch how I do it, right? So basically, the whole premise when you're playing Jax and you're trying to get level 1 prio is you want to be right up on these minions, right? You want to be right up on the melee minions, hitting them, trading with your opponent. If your opponent ever tries to auto attack you, you pop your E, as I did there. You stun them, auto, and walk back, right? That's something important, really important Jax mechanic that you guys should keep in mind. When you're playing in the early game and you're taking a short trade like this, you always want to, first of all, obviously use your E to dodge the auto attack, but when you stun, you always want to just auto attack while they're stunned and then walk away, right? Create this space between you and your opponent so that they can't hit you, right? And then when like your rest comes up or you can auto again, then maybe you can turn back into them and auto like I did there. But in general, right, Jax, his early game strength comes from using his E to dodge their auto attacks and take short trades, right? And so it's really good to use E, auto attack them a few times, stun, auto, walk away, right? So that they can't get any return damage on you. But anyway, you'll see there, right? We get level 1 prio, and now our plan is to just slow push this and eventually crash it, right? So we try to crash wave 2, Ambessa holds the wave, that's fine. We drop a ward, right? Just to make sure we're safe from any Viego ganks. Clear third wave, Ambessa is still holding this wave. You'll see here, I'm constantly trying to like weave in W's as well, you'll notice. Like when I play in this area against an opponent, when I'm trying to crash like wave 3 or wave 4, I play right up like in their face, right? It's kind of, you're kind of like edging the tower, pause. But like, yeah, you pretty much play right around the tower and you try to like W them when they go for CS, etc., right? If they walk out a bit, you Q on them as soon as they walk at a tower. I Q on people all the time. And the Ambessa makes the mistake of walking into me, so I use my E. Get a nice stun. And then here, when fourth wave arrives, this is a mistake I see people make a lot, is they don't crash the fourth wave. They let it arrive and they start letting their opponent push. And it's like, why? You know, your goal here should be to eventually do a 4-wave crash or 5th wave crash or whatever, right? You want to crash any wave after the cannon so that you can recall and spend like 700 gold or so, right? You don't want to recall right now, and you certainly don't want to let them push into you, right? Because if you give push here, they'll hit level 4 first and you won't actually be able to kill them in this area. I think some people think like, oh yeah, I'll let them like push into me when they're low like this so I can kill them in this area. No. If this player is good, they will hit level 4 and then they will play really aggressive as they're slow pushing into you, right? And it'll end up being favorable for them. So instead, what you want to do is you want to be right up on the wave, like autoing it, making sure that you get push on it and you turn it from pushing into you into pushing back into them, right? You'll get level 4 first, and then you can safely crash it. Q auto Ws are really good trading tools once your grasp comes up, right? So if you look there again, I'm hitting. Once my grasp is up and I see her waste her E for whatever fucking reason, I don't know why. I just Q auto W, right? Take a really good trade. Back up again. Ambessa dashes back in. And so I cancel an auto there, which really sucks. If I didn't cancel that auto, I could kill this guy as soon as my W's up. But it's what it is. Again, you'll notice there, once again, right? You Q auto W and then you walk away. It's so important as Jax to take these short trades, right? Like you Q auto W and then click back. Or you E-stun auto, click back, right? Unless you really have an all-in timer, Jax's base auto attacks aren't that strong, especially when you run Grasp. So you really want to just be taking these short trades and constantly be like weaving in and out. But yeah, if I don't cancel that auto attack, this would have been a really good trade. Anyway, we get our level 4. Viego comes, quick little ward hop, dodge the gank. Brand comes, help crash, and this is something you can do a lot as Jax, right? Because Jax gets prio in a lot of early matchups, you could use that to help your jungler, right? So you can crash wave 4, or in this case it was wave 5, and then you can walk down into river, right? And you can try to help your jungler secure the scuttle. So that's exactly what I do here, right? I see that Viego is probably going to try to like fight my brand for this scuttle. So being a good top laner, playing for your team, you can walk down here, right? You can help him out. Help him get this scuttle crab. TP right back on the wave. Always do this early game, I think. TP cooldown is so low that you should always just TP right back, even if it's pushing in you. Just so that you don't miss any XP. We let Ambessa push in. Don't want to fight someone when they have a stack wave. And then, yeah, we start our own little slow trade, or slow push here. Here, I noticed that I'm pretty low, right? I'm kind of losing some of these trades. And so, let me explain to you guys my thought process. My thought process here is, okay, I need to look for an all-in. Because if I keep taking these short trades with Ambessa's kit, where her W shields her a bunch, and she can kind of trade me outside my range, then I'm going to get fucked, right? Like, when I'm this HP and she can constantly take these short trades like this, I'm eventually going to lose out. And so, sometimes you have to commit to all-ins just to build a little advantage in lane, even if you don't end up killing them, right? So here, I commit to an all-in just to get her flash and to end up getting pushed on the wave, right? This way, well, if their enemy team was on top, I could have crashed this wave and recalled, right? And so this is something you can keep in mind. You don't always have to all-in order to get kills. Like, sometimes you can all-in just to secure the push and put yourself in a state where you can end up getting a crash off and recall, right? But like I said, unfortunately their team ends up coming top here, so have to recall. My wave gets stuck in a freeze. It sucks. There's really not too much more worth looking at for this lane. I'll just go through some short things. Because my lane ends up getting really fucked by these like little skirmishes top. Where Ambessa is like almost a full level up on me now at this point. Alright, half level up, she has a freeze. My lane sucks. And this is what I like to call taking the L sometimes. That recall you just saw me take, right here. Sometimes, guys, you gotta recognize, like, yeah, I'm chunked out. She's a level up. Her ult down here on your hotbar when your grasp is gonna come up, so I can wait like this and then time it perfectly, right? I can wait. I see 3, time it perfectly, right? This is important in laning phase, right? Just to wait that 1 extra second to time your grasp proc effectively. Super important, right? I missed that one. Try to do an auto W. That's the next mechanic, though, is auto Ws, right? So just auto W, really strong, really important. Easy auto reset on Jax that you definitely should be doing to make sure you can auto W well. Next thing is, if I level up real quick, Q auto W, so like this. Really strong trading pattern. Let me just, okay, it's Shift X. So Q auto W, really strong, right? Really good way to take quick trades in lane, especially when you're playing the bounce, right? You just Q auto W. Super good, right? Clicking back and forth on Jax in general is really important. Not gonna happen. You're not there auto attacking the enemy champion that often, and so the AD that you get from Doran's Blade isn't that valuable, right? That's why I go Doran's Shield every single game, because I would rather have the extra health and the health regen that it provides, right? You can kind of play Jax like a drain tank, you know, with grass procs, which will be shown in like the gameplay examples. But yeah, that's why I go Doran's Shield every single game. If you're going to go lethal tempo Jax, you can go Doran's Blade, right? You should go Doran's Blade and take Jack of all trades as well. And then, yeah, we'll talk about first recall. So, if you're going Grasp, which I do, you always want to try to get Sheen when you can on your first recall, right? Sometimes it's not going to happen. You're not going to have enough gold. When that's the case, just go Ruby Crystal and Refill Pot. I think health is more OP than AD early game. And so, yeah, I often just pick up a Ruby Crystal my first reset with a refillable potion. And this just lets you stay in lane for so long, right? Otherwise, you can go Longsword and Refill Pot. Either way, always try to get a Refill Pot. Okay, that shit is so broken, right? It gives you 200 health on every single reset for free, or like for 150 gold. Like, it's so good. So gold efficient for your laning phase. So always buy a Refill Pot on your first recall. I sometimes will literally buy it over like a glowing mow or a dagger or whatever. I will take the refill potion. But yeah, always try to get Sheen first. If you're going lethal tempo setup and you take Joe and you start Doran's Blade, then you should go Longsword and Dagger, right? Or Longsword and Glowing Moat so that you can get the 5 different stats. But that's only for lethal tempo. First item, go Trinity Force every single game. I never sway from Trinity Force. Boots. You want to go play the Steel Caps into heavy AD comps, obviously. Merc Treads into heavy AP comps, but only if they have Tenacity, right? Or Tenacity. Only if they have a lot of CC, so the Tenacity is worth it, right? If I'm playing against, like, Akali and Zac and, like, I don't know, thinking, like a Soraka support or something like that, right? Or a Xerath or something. Don't go Mercs, just go flat MR. The point is, sorry, I like brain farted there for a sec, but the point is, you don't want to build Mercs into comps that don't actually have a lot of CC, because you're just spending a bunch of gold on Tenacity that doesn't even help you, right? So instead, you'd want to go different boots, like maybe Lucidity boots or Swifties.
Damn, they're doing unsealed spellbook on Skarner support. Q. W.
I have seen the rise and fall of countless civilizations. This is but one moment among many.
QWE. Skarner's attack shatter earth, upheaval, and impale.
Rift.
Apply
30
quaking
seconds
for 4
until minions
seconds. At 3
spawn.
stacks of quaking. Enemies take 5% max health over its duration. Powers next 3 autos.
Minions have spawned.
His final attack will deal an additional 8% max health damage and slow. Throws boulder dealing 12. And additionally slow enemy first enemy hit and other 40% for 1 second. Triggers an earthquake that deals and slows.
How I've missed the songs of
Charges,
nature.
strength, chosen direction, northern terrain. If he runs into a champion monster. how to use this yet. You can recast it to end the charge.
I left my brood many millennia ago.
Kind of cool though.
I am ancient. I am eternal.
Kind of cool.
Whispers of rebellion swell.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Your defeat was inexorable.
An ally has been slain. Enemy
Kind of crazy.
double
to be
kill.
honest.
An enemy has been slain.
I hear the cry.
Feels pretty crazy.
The threads of movement thrum beneath me.
Damage goes up. I guess it is something we don't use all the time.
I may have faded into legend, but I am no mere story. Peace is a fragile thing. To protect what is mine, I will tear this land to shreds.
An enemy has been slain.
Shatter you. To walk among people, I am restless.
Trailblazer seems like it'd be kind of interesting on this guy. To be honest. It's weird because he like moves really fast when he has his E going. I almost wish I could like make that 100% all the time. Oh shit.
An ally has been slain.
I hit a monster.
It is through my sovereignty that Ishtar continues to survive.
Always close.
My enemies will tremble at my name.
An ally has been slain.
I am no mindless beast.
Double kill.
Having some mana issues, I've noticed.
I will repay them in kind.
An ally has been slain.
I live for the applause. You will
There
die for
I
it.
listen. Wait.
Alright, so what happens here? Tail lashes forward, dealing damage and suppressing the first 3 champions' hits for 3 seconds. Those hits are dragged along by Skarner for the duration of his ability.
You've awoken something deep inside me.
An ally has been slain.
They will not live to repeat that mistake.
Redemption is commonly built. Apparently.
I know what danger stirs beyond Ishtar's borders.
Let's see. So, first 3 enemy champions hit. I don't know if I hold that down or if it just charges on
Beyond
its
the
own.
jungle lies a wasteland of pain and suffering.
don't know if I can ult and then drag them through the wall. That is kind of cool.
Shurima, civilizations fall while I endure.
Fuck me.
Turret plating will fall
What do I do
soon.
here? Celestial opposition?
Your fight begins.
I am the end and the beginning.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
How I've missed the songs of nature. You dare challenge me?
Has been destroyed.
I have seen the worst this world has to offer.
Shut down.
I am always listening.
Enemy rampage.
I am the last bastion of
An enemy is unstoppable. Shut down. Shut down.
I am the first Yuntal, and I will be the last.
Life has no meaning, but your death shall.
I carry my brood mother's name with pride.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Go
I
Trailblazer.
left my brood many millennia
An
ago.
ally has been slain.
Doesn't look like we're doing so hot, to be honest.
Even here, I am alone. down to screams. I am listening.
Can't even fucking move. I don't even know what happened. Wait, what? We're getting vision control.
The threads of movement thrum beneath me.
Killing spree.
I do kind of like this champion.
Faded into legend, but I am no mere story.
Kind of cool dude.
The sins of mortals are paid with the blood of their progeny.
Definitely standing on a ward. 99%.
To protect what is mine, I will kill this land to shreds.
Crowd control, man. That got me bad.
Shut down.
3 for 3.
Has been slain. Shut down.
I am ancient. I am eternal.
Your turret has been destroyed.
To walk among people, I am business.
Gets a couple of good slows on him, though.
I will be the last one standing. It is through my sovereignty that Ishtal continues to survive.
Shut down.
Damn. Do we do redemption? It seems kind of weird on this camp, but I mean, maybe we do.
I will repay them in kind.
An enemy has been slain.
I feel like movement speed would be pretty crazy. You did like a phase rush ult, like if you like EWR or whatever and hit a phase rush ult just sprinting backwards would be nuts.
Only I am willing to do what is necessary. The stars are calling. From a brief existence. The danger stirs beyond Ishtal's borders.
If you did Zeke's, you could actually get all of your Zeke damage off though. Which would be wild.
I have wandered too far from home. Beyond the jungle lies a wasteland.
An enemy has been slain.
Woken something deep
Fuck!
Has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Can't believe we lost that.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Relia's battle song?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
They will not live to repeat that mistake.
Slain.
Find you.
An ally has been slain.
Icathia, Shurima, civilizations fall while I endure.
An enemy has been slain.
It'd be crazy if you could like Skarner ult and
An
then
enemy
teleport.
has been slain.
You know what I mean?
An enemy has been slain.
This world is blinded by wrath and ruin. I have seen the worst this world.
Shut down.
Damn. Can't believe I missed.
I will bury you. I am always listening. I am the last bastion of Ishtar. I am the first Yuntal, and I will be the last.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
I carry my brood mother's name with pride.
An ally has been slain.
Mortality breeds fear, and decays into destruction, an endless cycle, an infinite curse. I am Rakan.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
I left my brood many millennia ago. Get back.
Could have did a ward stone, I guess.
Whispers of rebellion swell into screams. I am listening. The threads of movement thrum.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
to legend, but I am no mere story.
An enemy has been slain.
I have wandered too far from home. The sins of mortals are paid with the blood of their progeny. Peace is a fragile thing.
Alright, that was kind of crazy on my part. And it's so hard to hit. That's the other part. I think with Skarner, if we could get this ult cooldown, like down here, like maybe the Hex Plate on him would be fine. Like what do you have? AP, HP, HP and AP, HP 80. So he's kind of like Jax. A little bit. Experimental Hex Plate.
To protect what is
Ultimate
mine,
Hunter.
I will tear this land to shreds.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Find you. To walk among people, I have missed this. I will be the last one standing.
Face the crowd.
Crazy. Crazy.
It is through my sovereignty that Ishtar
The
continues.
enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
And the earth.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
Ishtar's enemies, my enemies, will tremble at my name.
The stars are coming. Wow, wow.
I live for the applause. You will die for it.
Slaughtering all they can for a modicum of power. Feel the threat.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Victory!
It was interesting. Alright, I'll give you that. An interesting pick. I kind of like the feel of it a little bit. It's also like 12 a.m. That's crazy. So they're doing Unsealed Spellbook. Or Comet. Celestial Opposition and Locket. End build. Celestial Opposition, Locket Redemption. Like, I understand Celestial Opposition, but I mean, it didn't seem terrible. I don't fully understand the redemption, but yeah, Elijah, I am reading, but I am also looking at stuff, so.
So I don't really expect him to ever.
see Norse. Ooh, gotta get the jacks. Who wants a real weapon? We're gonna try the jacks without as much as attack speed. Because we've been putting a lot of attack speed on this man. But that doesn't seem to be the way, okay? So we're Cosmic Insight, Biscuit Delivery with Grasp. And I'll just go for the double health. Alright.
And then just buy a Negatron cloak, right? So yeah, that's boots. Lucidities, you can go if you're like really far ahead, and Swifties are good into champs that have slows like Dr. Mundo or like a Singed with Rylai's, stuff like that, right? That's when you want to go Swifties. Second item, I go Sundered Sky every single game, without fail. I build Sundered Sky pretty much every single game, I should say, actually. There are some cases. So I will go Spear of Shojin to have more, have my E up more often. If I'm against a champion like Tryndamere, or if I'm against, like, really just any enemy team comp that has a lot of auto attackers, right? where I think my E value being up all the time is really important, I will go Spear of Shojin and Lucidity Boots, right? Because this lets you just have your E up all the time. Super strong, right? Titanic Hydra. If you're going to go like a split push build, you can go Titanic Hydra second and Hullbreaker third, and it's really strong. I never do this because this isn't how I play, but I know there's some Jax players that do. So you can go Titanic Hydra. It gives you pretty decent burst. I would argue less burst than Sundered Sky, but I haven't actually done the math on it. But yeah, for split pushing, it is pretty good, right? And then finally, Riftmaker. I like going Riftmaker against tanks that stack armor, right? So think about like Malphite. Sion will build armor sometimes. So Sion, or in these champions where you kind of lose extended trades normally, Riftmaker can actually swing it sometimes. Now, I wouldn't go Riftmaker into like Dr. Mundo, for example. He's just going to beat you anyway. But against a champ like Malphite who stacks armor, going Riftmaker is really strong because it still gives you like haste and health and damage, but it swaps your damage to more AP. And yeah, it gives you good like all-in potential and the damage amp like over time being in combat. So Riftmaker's pretty good second sometimes. Rest of your build, you can go like Zanya's. I go Zanya's every game pretty much, unless there's just like no AD damage on the enemy team. Otherwise, I'm building Zanya's. Zanya's is so strong on Jax. It's basically used as a tool, not only to give you a lot more damage, it actually gives you a good amount of damage, but it's used as a tool to get your E off twice in one fight, right? So you can hop in, pop your E, stun people, Zanya's, right? And then your E will come back up when you're out of it, or you can like hop away to your team. It basically just buys you a lot of time. It's really strong. Awesome that you can build it on Jax. Honestly, I think it's broken that you can build it on Jax. It's stupid, but we'll take it. We'll make use of it. So yeah, that's my best core build at the moment. I build that probably 90 to 95% of my games, just Trinity, Sundered, Zanyas. Sterix Gauge, you can go, if you want some tenacity, maybe it's like 4th item. I go Sterix sometimes. Frozen Heart is good into heavy AD auto-attacking comps, like I was talking about with Spear of Shojin, right? You go something like Trinity, Spear, and then Frozen Heart, and you're just really strong into a comp that has like 3 or more auto-attackers, right? Kanik is good into high AP burst, so think about like Elise or, I don't know, Singe.
Alright, here we go, brother.
Jax of the Estercrest Kingdom at your service.
So this gives ability haste.
Welcome to
136
Summoner's
damage,
Rift.
ability haste, movement speed. Okay. Let's look at Hex Plate.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Doesn't have cooldown reduction.
Everyone ought to give this pilot thing a try. I was really hoping to test my Avalon on someone of greater importance.
Minions have spawned.
This should be interesting. This set.
It's easy to talk big when you still got all your teeth.
I didn't get grasp on. fucking way.
An ally has been slain.
Maybe you're just a dog.
As a kid, I dreamed of leading armies into war. Now I live out my dream inside a giant metal machine. Amazing. What can I say? I was never a fan of stealth. The lion's head was my idea. Perfect, right? Oh, right. The inventors told me to refuel this thing, whatever that means.
Rough because I had to use all my potion burn. I can't fucking believe it.
So that's what losing feels like.
There's Sheen. Not even close. Are we? I think we're just losing because it's a set. I guess. Because I feel like these fights are like they are fucking close. And if I had my attack speed, I feel like I would be doing better.
You have slain an enemy.
That was serious damage. I love how these engines roar.
Like, I don't even use these biscuits down here. Like, yeah, it would help if we're, like, getting poked down or something, but it doesn't seem like it's helping that much. Alright, so if we're building one of these items, it's probably going to be Glacial Gauntlet still. And we got Hexplate.
Now this is what I call a warrior strike.
I guess we're gonna try that instead of doing the support item. I would have preferred to use the support item, honestly. just the set is like deleting my ADC.
Everyone can walk in the shadow of Jax.
He does have ult. I need to be careful. It's always one hit off.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
My hobbies include saving people, defending kingdoms, and eating eggs boiled at optimal temperatures. My footprints must be huge.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Okay, so we bought Sheen. Experimental hex plate.
Remember, it's not the Avalon, it's the Jax inside the Avalon, bringing it all together.
I'm not even really super opposed to like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like Cosmic or Biscuit's really helping me that much in this lane.
What do they call these?
Turret plating will fall soon.
Make way for me. Defense to offense.
Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected.
Is there a bathroom in here? Anywhere?
Busted heads!
Jesus. I don't know, this
Your
does give
team
more
has
attack
destroyed
speed
a
though.
turret.
So that's what losing feels like.
I feel like the attack speed just works better. Like, we still have 2 biscuits that we haven't used yet.
Everyone ought to give this pilot thing a try. I feel like a new Jack.
ulted or something.
That definitely hasn't happened before. This is the best thing since boiled eggs. No one's born to command a giant suit of armor.
Enemy is legendary.
That's a Fedly Sim, boys. See, the guides online and stuff talk about using
An
Sunder and
ally
Sky
has
and
been
stuff
slain.
on Jax as well.
This is just what I need to get around town.
An enemy has been slain.
There's like 17 fights we've lost this game because I have missed one auto attack.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Like, no joke. I've lost so many fights this game because of one auto.
An ally has been slain.
Now this is what I call a warrior stride. And a win, I guess.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The view from up here is incredible.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy rampage.
Can't even keep up with them.
Enemy double
You
kill.
win like 2 fights. Why are we still staying there, man? They most definitely had gold. Most definitely had gold this time.
Avalon is holding me back.
Rygar just shot a fucking ult into her block for no reason?
I know what.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We lose this Malzahar. There's nothing that we can do
Your
against that
turret has been
Malzahar.
destroyed.
My footprints must be huge. Oh, right. The Avengers told me to...
Fuck, at least then get here goddamn quick.
An enemy is dominating. An ally has been slain.
I think it has to be attack speed. I mean, Grasp, we've gotten 130 extra health. So all that's pretty good, but
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy triple kill. Aced. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected.
Draw. Champs like that, Koenig is pretty strong into. Hullbreaker, like I said, if you're going a split push build, then yeah, feel free to grab Hullbreaker with Titanic Hydra. Pair that with Lethal Tempo, it can be really strong for side laning. Deal a lot of damage, a lot of on-hit. Wit's End is good. I build Wit's End forth a lot after Zanya's, just to give me some MR, tenacity, and yeah, just damage, honestly, and the attack speed feels really good. And then Unending Despair, I actually go often a lot as well, just to get like MR, armor, nice heal, some ability haste, and health. Unending Despair is just all around a really good, like, later on in the game item. For the most part, I don't build or not for the most part, I should say. I never build hyper carry items like Ginsu's or Terminus or whatever on Jax. Okay, I just don't think it's good. So yeah, I never do that. Later on in the game, you're usually not going to be strong enough to beat the champions that beat you already, even if you go like a hyper carry build. So it's better to just go the build that gives you better team fighting, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's builds. Drop any questions you have in the comments below. But yeah, I'll see you in the next episode.
I would say, so if we do the Jax build, we go the Sheen item, replace the Sheen that was on the Triforce. I think the attack speed build probably makes more sense as a support Jax. I'm not sure, because we need to get off as much damage as possible. I would almost say Hail of Blades feels pretty damn good. But Lethal Tempo seemed alright. Hail of Blades seems alright. Sudden Impact seems really strong. Getting a little bit of chunk damage when you jump in. And then the Ultimate Hunter, I think, feels really good with the Experimental Hexplate. So, and then the Experimental Hexplate is giving us a good chunk of attack speed when we ult. And then the other item we were building is kind of situational anyway. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. It gives us attack speed and a slow, like an AoE slow and stuff. It helps us clear out waves, but I don't think we necessarily have to have that one item that we build all the time. So, we could try Sunder's Sky instead, which will give us a crit auto and some health. Could be good. And then we won't have the slowdown on the other thing, but that'd be alright. Sundering Sky is, let's see, items, Jax, Sundering Sky. I don't think it has attack speed. So we got the spear, Sundering Sky, attack speed, health, and ability haste. Both got similar, so like this is gonna be okay. And then we have the option of wave clear here. So we're gonna have attack speed, attack damage, health. And then attack damage health, or we'll have attack damage health ability haste. This also gives us that health when we engage, which could be good. Not a ton more going on there. And then he's doing Zhonya's. As like the next item. Frozen Heart, Sterix, Gauge, Hullbreaker, Wits End, and then Despair. Wits End. Hullbreaker. Unending Despair. Kind of some expensive items, but I feel like experimental hexplate should be pretty decent. I mean, this is like 70% attack speed in one item.
Section.
Hey guys, and welcome to my Stronger in 1v1s, and Overgrowth allows you to scale stronger towards the mid. And the first one is Lethal Tempo with Alacrity. If you want great all-in power for fights and you think you won't trade as much, Lethal Tempo with Alacrity is going to be your main choice. Especially if you build on-hit items in your build, it's going to make you so strong with this rune page. The second option is Lethal Tempo with Haste. Haste allows you to get your abilities back up faster, which makes it a much better option for short trades during the laning phase. As for the second tree, you always want to take Bone Plating with Overgrowth versus melee matchups. Bone Plating makes you a lot stronger in 1v1s, and Overgrowth allows you to scale stronger towards the mid-late game. The second option is Second Wind with Overgrowth. Second Wind allows you to heal every time you get hit, and this makes it the perfect option versus ranged matchups. The next rune page is Grasp with Bone Plating, Biscuits, and Cosmic in the second page. This is currently the new meta rune page for Jax, and it's great for trading early, split pushing, and scaling to the late game. You want to use this page versus melee matchups only. The next rune page is exactly the same, however this time we have Second Wind again, and you only want to run this page versus ranged matchups. For the bonus stats, you always want to run 1 point into Adaptive, 1 point into attack speed, and then another point into HP scaling. Now let's talk about the builds for Jax next. For the starter items, you always want to take a Dorn Shield versus ranged matchups for healing, otherwise you always want to take a Dorn's Blade instead. For the boots, Lucidity Boots is the best for snowballing, Steel Caps versus auto attack based champions or full AD teams, and Mercs is very good versus heavy AP or when they have a ton of CC. For the builds, Trinity, Sundered Sky into Zarya and Unending is currently the new meta build for Jax. I highly recommend the Grass page with Biscuits Cosmic if you plan to use this build. This item set is consistently very Zarya and Unending is currently the new meta build for Jax. I heavy AP or when they have a ton of CC. For the builds, Trinity, Sundered Sky into Zarya and Unending is currently the new meta build for Jax. I highly recommend the Grass page with Biscuits Cosmic if you plan to use this build. This item set is consistently very good versus everything, and it's especially good for team fighting and when you are playing for the front line. The second build is Trinity with Titanic Hydra, Hullbreaker, and also Shojin. This is easily the best build for split pushing, and I highly recommend it if team fighting is not an option. The third build is my personal favorite one. It's Blade into Titanic Hydra, Trinity, and Sundered Sky. This build makes you really strong in 1v1s. It also counters tanks very easily. Third one, it's Blade into Titanic Hydra, Trinity, and Sundered Sky. This build makes you really strong in 1v1s. It also counters tanks very easily, and it's a very well balanced build for split pushing and for team fights. There's also a few situational items for Jax. Iceborne is an alternative tanky item for Trinity. Wit's End is used to counter AP and heavy CC. Swiftness is used only to counter slows, and Death Sense and Maul and Frozen Heart are all great great choices too. If you want all these builds into one entire item set, I've made one for you guys and I've shared it on my Discord server. Make sure to check it out after the video. For the skill order of Jax, you always want to go with the W max, then Q, and then E. This is great for chasing enemies as it will reduce the cooldown of your Q. If you play against auto attack based champions, you can also decide to go for the W max, then into E, and then into Q. This is a great alternative option. For the summoner spells, Ignite Flash is always used for snowballing in the early game. TP and Flash is perfect for the standard playstyle with a very strong mid-late game. And TP with Ghost is used for a safe early game while also being able to play aggressive in the early game with Ghost. This option allows you to chase enemies very easily. Now let's talk about the combos for Jax next. The first and most important combo for Jax is the Q into auto attack and then W after. The auto attack in your combo is super important because this adds way more damage to your combo. The second combo is Q with E and then auto with W after. This is the exact same combo like before, but this time you also add E into your combo, which makes the all-in combo even stronger. The third combo is Q auto and then Titanic Hydra with W after. This is an insanely good combo to use, and it's also the main reason why I love building Titanic Hydra specifically. Now let's get into an educational gameplay, and I will teach you guys exactly and how that goes. Try and get long mid-late game. And TP with Ghost is used for a safe early game. I shared it on my Discord server. Make sure to check it out after the pushing. Team fighting is not an option. Trinity and Sunding is currently the new meta.
Very interesting. So I want to try, I want the attack speed, but I want to try this instead for right now, because we'll get Ultimate Hunter, which will reduce our ult cooldown, and then we can get Sudden Impact, which will help our early game damage. And then we'll just keep Grasp and Overgrowth so that we can kind of recharge our abilities, like our health and stuff in lane. We're going to try the standard Jax build this guy's doing.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until
I kind of
minions
wonder why you
spawn.
max, like, I get why you would max W, because it's like an auto attack reset. But Q does more damage. Slightly longer cooldown, so I do get that. But
Minions have spawned. slain.
Witness the best.
Alright, so we're gonna wait for the sheen. So we're gonna go straight for the hex plate. And then we're gonna go for Sundering Sky.
I love how these engines roar. My new mace wants to meet you.
That's weird.
Footprints must be huge.
What's that red box? Where is that?
Now everyone can walk in the shadow of Jax.
An enemy has been slain.
Give this pilot thing a try. What's that weird clicking sound? Better go check it out. Engage the counterattack. This thing looks just like me. What do they call these? Thrusters? They're great.
It's just you and me, Book.
You looking to get crushed? Stand away. There's more to me than meets the eyes. All right, the Avengers will pull this thing, whatever that means.
Alright. So they're doing Lucidity boots. But AD, I mean, I think we go armor boots.
has been slain.
What can I say? I was never a fan of stealth.
We got the zoomies!
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Deal, but we're getting there.
Double kill.
It's boiled eggs. My kingdom's in danger. Please save everyone before I pick this back up. Feels great to charge into battle like this.
Yeah, she has full boots, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to chase her down. 30 health off of that, though.
This Avalon can barely contain my mind. This Avalon better not slow me down.
I have the best game ever.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Legends about me, all true.
Has destroyed a turret.
Spirit realm.
Turret plating will fall soon. Unstoppable.
That was my idea. Perfect, right?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Monster essence.
Shut down.
This is just what I need to get around town.
Bam! It's lights out.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
That was a good chase.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Sundering Sky.
Everyone can walk in the shadow of Jax.
An ally has been slain. has destroyed a turret.
There's more to me than meets the eyes.
Unstoppable. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
The first time I captained this Avalon, I knew it was made for a hero. Make way for me!
An ally has been slain. Godlike. Double kill. Killing spree.
What can I say? I was never a fan of stealth.
Has been slain. Rival has been slain.
You stand between me and my nap time. This won't end well for you.
Has been slain.
Not here, not yet.
Max health gained 70 health.
Your
So we've
team
gotten
has destroyed
240 health.
Definitely hasn't happened before.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I feel like a new Jax.
Legendary. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Ace. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
I don't know. We didn't even get to the second item, but it felt alright. I don't know about this though. I mean, we got like 100.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Like, what do we get? We get some regen. We get some extra turret damage. We didn't get anything super crazy from Grasp there, you know. We got 300 more health, basically. All that stuff added up together, 300 more health. Is that worth it? I don't know. Like, lethal would give us more damage.
How's it going, everyone? Today we're going to be going through everything you need to know on how to learn and master Jax. How's it going, everyone? Since Jax is such a resource-hungry champion, having TP shorter is definitely noticeable, and Flash is so OP on him as well for comboing, for team fighting, stuff like that. So having a lower cooldown Flash is great, and you do go cooldown boots a lot of the time, so you can get your Flash to a really low cooldown. Now, for cookies, they have been nerfed, of course, but I still recommend them really if you feel the bike, but if you're ever unsure which rune. So between second wave, covering the runes in detail. Now Jax has 2 pages to choose from, the Grasp page, which is your more standard default setup, and Lethal Tempo, which is better in certain volatile matchups. Now I know there are other rune pages that Jax players like to take, but they're just all completely terrible, and I'm going to break down why at the end of the section, and we'll throw that propaganda out the window. So starting with the Grasp page, this is going to be your default if you're ever unsure what to take, and you should be taking this most of the time. I'd say maybe 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 of your games. And with this rune page, you're going to be taking Demolish every game. Of course, the other runes don't have value, and Demolish is just so good on this champion. Now for our secondary rune, you're going to be deciding between Second Wind and Bone Plating. Never take the scaling one, focus purely on getting good at your lane. So between Second Wind and Bone Plating, Second Wind you're going to be taking it around 90 or 95% of the time, because most Bone Plating matchups, Lethal Tempo is actually better. So for example, matchups like Garen, matchups like Darius, you will take Bone Plating, but you'll take Lethal Tempo as well. But there are some exceptions. So a matchup like Riven, you can take Grasp and Bone Plating, that's quite good. But if you're ever unsure which rune to take, default to Second Wind. Now for our rune down below, between Overgrowth and Unflinching, it depends on your matchup. So Unflinching is great into matchups with a lot of CC, slows and stuns, like Gragas or like Kennen. Of course, most champions that counter Jax have a lot of CC, so Unflinching does feel quite good, but Overgrowth is just your standard default scaling setup if you feel confident, or if your matchup doesn't really have that much CC. Now for our secondary runes, so you're going to be taking Cosmic Insight and Cookies every game with Grasp. I know some people like to take Mana Flow Band, but Jax, you only have mana problems if you're making mistakes in your lane. So don't put the training wheels on, just learn to ride the bike, fall off a few times, because Cosmic Insight is so good on this champion, as he's a really good champion in side lane and in team fights, so having TP up more often, really valuable, really good for your lane as well. Since Jax is such a resource-hungry champion, having TP shorter is definitely noticeable, and Flash is so OP on him as well for comboing, for team fighting, stuff like that. So having a lower cooldown Flash is great, and you do go cooldown boots a lot of the time, so you can get your Flash to a really low cooldown. Now for cookies, they have been nerfed, of course, but I still recommend them over free boots. The reason for that is because you want to be doing well in your lane. Doing well in your lane is the best scaling, and cookies give you the best chance of doing that. The extra max HP is noticeable as well, so I would just recommend going cookies every time, unless you're just really confident, like you just always beat up, what's a good example, maybe like Malphite or something. You feel like you're going to be fine just scaling, you can take free boots, I guess, but I would just recommend cookies. I feel like the extra laning power is still good, even though they have been nerfed. They went from being completely broken and you're trolling if you're not taking them, to pretty strong, so you should still run them. Now for the shards down below, some Jaxes like to go adaptive force. I prefer attack speed, especially after the attack speed buff recently. It feels even better, but you can go double adaptive if you're already used to it. Now for scaling between flat HP, I'd recommend flat HP for the main reason, if you take scaling HP, you have the wrong mindset going into your lane. You want to take flat HP, you want to play quite aggressive early game, because the 1-3, 1-4 is very, very important on Jax, so you want to be giving yourself as much early game power as possible, especially if you play volatile lanes. But again, if you feel really confident, you're just going to farm against a Tahm Kench or something, you can take scaling. Now for our second rune page, Lethal Tempo. This is better in matchups where you are forced to fight them, you're forced to all in them, and you can't really take short trades very easily. So some good examples is Darius, where versus Darius, if you take Grasp, you're not going to have enough threat to all in and kill him before he ramps up 5 stacks and chops your head off. So Lethal Tempo is going to be really good into that type of matchup. Another example would be a lane like Kayle or a lane like Yorick, where you want to be able to fight them for a long time. So I'm going to go through later on in this guide, of course, in the matchup section, what rune to take into every single lane. So if you ever in Champ Select and run into that, you can skip to it, but just keep in mind Lethal Tempo is better into volatile melee matchups that you fight a lot, like a Yone or a Yasuo, something like that, but Grasp is better into range tops, tanks, or anything that you can't really get a long trade into, like Anabissa. Now, on this tree, you're going to be taking Presence of Mind or try to get connected in the matchup section. So some good examples is Darius, where versus Darius, if you take Grasp, you're not going to have enough threat to all in and kill him before he ramps up 5 stacks and chops your head off. So Lethal Tempo is going to be really good into that type of matchup. Another example would be a lane like Kayle or a lane like Yorick, where you want to be able to fight them for a long time. So I'm going to go through later on in this guide, of course, in the matchup section, what rune to take into every single lane. So if you ever in Champ Select and run into that, you can skip to it, but just keep in mind Lethal Tempo is better into volatile melee matchups that you fight a lot, like a Yone or a Yasuo, something like that, but Grasp is better into range tops, tanks, or anything that you can't really get a long trade into, like Anabissa. Now, on this tree, you're going to be taking Presence of Mind or Triumph. I like Presence of Mind here, even though playing well is the best way to save mana. Having Presence of Mind allows you to play a bit more aggressive, and with Lethal Tempo you are playing very, very aggressive in lane, so Presence of Mind does feel really good with this setup. Now for the secondary rune, you'll take Alacrity every time. It's pretty hard, to be honest, to build attack speed on Jax, and he uses it so well, so Alacrity feels a lot better than Haste in my opinion. Now for our final rune, just go Last Stand every game. Jax is a great champion at fighting people to the death, low HP scraps, and Last Stand just gives you a lot more value. And for our secondary runes, you have 2 options. You can take Cosmic or Cookies. So this is going to be in matchups where you don't really feel bone plating that much. So for example, up against a Garen, bone plating will feel really good. But up against a matchup like a Yorick, for example, he can pop bone plating very easily. You don't really need to take it. You can greed the extra scaling of Cosmic Insight, extra early game power from Cookie. But if you're versus a lane that has really high value from bone plating, then you can just run that. And for our rune shards down below, exact same. Attack speed, especially on Lethal Tempo, even more important. Flat AD, and definitely go the flat HP. With the Grasp page, I would let it slide a little bit if you took scaling sometimes, but with Lethal Tempo, you need to run flat, as you're going to be fighting and bashing their head into the death, level 1, level 2. So now, compared to how they used to be, you can just go Sheen anyway. So other than that, you don't want to be rushing your boots for any reason at all. The reason for that, Tabby's not that good on Jax, to be honest. Your E blocks auto attacks anyway, so it's kind of counterintuitive. And cooldown boots Swifties, you don't really want to be delaying your Triforce for those. So typically you're only delaying Triforce for Merc Treads if they're really, really high value. Like,
I think this might be a game that we need to build for fat bodies. I think we might need Bork,
Gragas or Kennen, as it completely changes the trading aspect, or maybe you're just versus a heavy AP comp with a lot of CC early game. Now, for your first item, Triforce every game no matter what. There's no exception to that. I have seen some experimenting with Ravenous Hydra first and with Iceborne first, but just ignore that. Of course, if they've got 5 AD champions, maybe Iceborne's fine, but that's not really realistic, so just go Triforce pretty much every single game that you play. And Ravenous Hydra, the reason I don't like this that much is it delays your spike way too much, and even though, yeah, when you got Ravenous Hydra and if you're up against a Malphite or a Gragas, sure, the extra sustain feels great, but you're not getting Ravenous Hydra till 11 or 12 minutes anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. You're not going to get that sustain until lane phase is pretty much done anyway. And the big benefit of Triforce is if anything goes well for you, where if you have Triforce early, around 11 minutes, 12 minutes, the chance you win a skirmish or you win a 1v1 is better. If anything goes well, you can just completely annihilate the tower, get all those tower plates. Ravenous Hydra, you're not really going to have that option. It's mainly just for sustain. And even though it might feel better being able to get golems and stuff like that, it's a bad habit to get into. Triforce is just the best. Now, for your second item, between Sundered Sky being your default, there are some alternatives. So just default to Sundered Sky, especially if they have a bunch of melee champions, or if you ever don't know what to build. But the exception to this rule is in games where you want to be winning through side lane. So normally you snowball, you know you can play for tier 2, if you can make progress 1v1, then Tiamat items can be quite good. So the Stride Breaker is better into range chops if you feel like you can make progress, or range top jungle especially, can be quite good. And Titanic Hydra is good if you can just make progress versus melees. So let's say you're up against an Aatrox and you get fed, maybe get 2 or 3 solo kills, you know that you can play for tier 2 top, tier 2 bottom, stuff like that. Titanic Hydra will be a great pickup, but maybe in that very same game you go 0.
Let's look at build 2.
Thing. And it's especially good for team fighting, and when you this build makes you really strong in 1v1s, it all and alt see sorry Scott favorite one.
If we do this, it looks like Bork Sunder's guy.
As expected. Brilliant.
The legends about me, all true. There's more to me than meets the eye.
You have slain an enemy.
The time of man has come to an end. The time of man has come to an end. The time of man
An enemy has been slain.
What was that? I couldn't hear it over the sound of my awesome legacy. A surprise to no one. What do they call these?
An enemy has been slain.
A lot of AP here. So So I do think that we want this, but I think we also want some of this.
This is the best thing since boiled eggs.
So I think we still want hex plate. We're not going to build for split push, so we're gonna go hex plate and bork and sundering sky. Maybe. What's the thinking there? I don't know why I waited
An
till
enemy
last
has
there.
been
It's kinda bad.
slain. An enemy has been slain.
This should help us some. Ideally. I think we're gonna do magic resist boots.
Why I need a team again?
Maybe. They have a lot of crowd control and a lot of magic.
Are you shaking yet?
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Is there a bathroom in here? Anyway.
Kind of risky.
Shut down.
The Lion's Den was my idea. Perfect, right?
Yeah, so I did like an auto, and then I ulted, autoed, auto W.
An
I think the
ally
board's
has
gonna help
been
us Rammus
slain.
and stuff. That's what I'm mainly looking for. Like that combo right there is fucked.
Where I want. An enemy has been slain. slain.
He is losing on the farm front, to be honest, but I took like a wave of his farm. There is that situation.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
As expected.
Pretty sure he already used his hook. Damn, that sucks. Force shot. Crazy. So we've gotten 60 health off of that so far, so we're about like 100 health. And then damage, we got 200 damage, we got like 500 damage. Not the best. Not the worst.
Enemy rampage.
Never miss. Boom. Headshot.
An enemy has been slain.
Mine's the trap.
That was
Turret
so
plate will
fucking
fall
dumb.
soon.
Ship is back. He's 40 CS down somehow.
There it is. That definitely hasn't happened before.
I have my ult for this now. So I'm not super confident, but...
Make way for me.
An enemy has been slain.
What can I say?
Teamwork.
we do need that, and then we need experimental hexplate. It's still on the radar here. Instead of Titanic
Your
Hydra.
turret has been destroyed.
And then we're looking at Sundering Sky,
An ally has been slain.
potentially.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Strong bunny. 1v3 and didn't die. It's crazy.
There's more to me than meets the eyes. Back in my kingdom, we had way more monsters to kill. Come on, where are the monsters? What do they call these? Thrusters? Great. This is the best thing since boiled eggs.
Your turret has been destroyed. Ally has
Time
been
to go from
slain.
bot lane all the way up here. Crazy. We almost nuked Caitlyn. 800 damage off of that already. That's nuts. Yeah, we'll probably end up losing this just because of Rammus, to be honest. I just don't have the you don't have the ability to really
Your
peel the
team
Rammus
has
very
destroyed
well.
a turret.
Now everyone can walk in a shadow of chance. The view from up here is incredible. Change your lands, Ionian. At least we can fight.
was a bad fight, but things happen, you know. I just don't think we're gonna be able to deal with the Cho'Gath and the Rammus. Like, I can stop Rammus, but he's going to ult, or he's going to like taunt me, and I can't really heal the team very well if that happens.
Your team has destroyed.
I'm kind of curious to fight this Cho'Gath though. If he's here.
Is there a bathroom in here? Anywhere? Look how big I am.
Beyond the veils.
Perfect, right? What's that weird clicking sound? Better go check it out.
Like, it would have been fine if they did that earlier, you know?
Enemy rampage.
I don't know how this.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Here I come. You're safe with me?
An enemy is unstoppable.
Wow. I guess I should have just not jumped on her. I should have just spaced back and then waited for her to try and dash towards me, I guess. I mean, I think I'd die there either way, but I felt pretty close.
This Avalon better not slow me down.
I felt pretty close to what I was doing there, and we got a lot of damage on that Cho'Gath.
Enemy rampage.
I can get him half health.
Light on my feet.
That's what's crazy about it. I'm chunking that Cho'Gath down. Ahri's just running us through. It's not even close. Ahri Rammus combo.
Looks just like me.
It's crazy.
feet. Enemy is unstoppable.
Easy caller.
Like, I don't even know how my Jhin died. I guess he tried to back or something right there. Thing is, I built the Bork because I expected that I would probably need it for these guys, because Jhin doesn't have like DPS. But I'm also not tanky enough for me to actually get up in there.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Through the looking glass.
Like, look at that.
Open your mouth.
I think my master V's on drugs. So they're saying Sundering Sky on here. Here Jojin seems like it'd be pretty decent though. I wasn't even able to touch the Cho'Gath that fight. The thing is that I'm jumping in. I'm like the frontline engage. I'm getting demolished before I can even do anything. She ulted here to cut me off. Something. She used her ult to do something there. That's craziness.
An ally has been slain.
There's techniques. You know, you grab the cock and you slap it against your leg on the left 60 seconds. On the right, and you use to fluent, and you like slap balls, and you do that because it simulates space.
Crossing over.
That definitely hasn't happened before.
It's like it's not even close because I got a level 18 Aerie. Fucking everybody up.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Come here often.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Mind the trap.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Like, what?
It's
0-0 or 0-1, just default to Sundered Sky, especially in games where there's going to be a lot of team fights, which is pretty much every game that you play. Sundered Sky is going to be your go-to. Now, for the resistances, so Frozen Heart is actually a really underrated great second item on Jax, especially if they have heavy auto attackers because it's so cheap and you get a lot of ability haste as well. Jax is a really good haste user, and if you verse champions like Tryndamere top, Yone, especially if they have an ace through happens well, any so just time and have a bad lane state for it, of course, but if you can get Sheen on your first recall with Grasp, really solid. But if you can't afford it, or if you take lethal tempo, double longsword refill or one sword refill is the way to go. Now, there are also certain matches where Merc Tread Rush can be quite good, like a Gragas or a Kennen, but if you base with not enough money for it, as they're so expensive now compared to how they used to be, you can just go Sheen anyway. So other than that, you don't want to be rushing your boots for any reason at all. The reason for that, Tabby's not that good on Jax, to be honest. Your E blocks auto attacks anyway, so it's kind of counterintuitive. And cooldown boots Swifties, you don't really want to be delaying your Triforce for those. So typically you're only delaying Triforce for Merc Treads if they're really high value, like Gragas or Kennen, as it completely changes the trading aspect. Or maybe you're just versus a heavy AP comp with a lot of CC early game. Now, for your first item, Triforce every game no matter what. There is no exception to that. I have seen some experimenting with Ravenous Hydra first and with Iceborne first, but just ignore that. Of course, if they've got 5 AD champions, maybe Iceborne's fine, but that's not really realistic, so just go Triforce pretty much every single game that you play. And Ravenous Hydra, the reason I don't like this that much is it delays your spike way too much, and even though, yeah, when you got Ravenous Hydra and if you're up against a Malphite or a Gragas, sure, the extra sustain feels great, but you're not getting Ravenous Hydra till 11 or 12 minutes anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. You're not going to get that sustain until lane phase is pretty much done anyway. And the big benefit of Triforce is if anything goes well for you, where if you have Triforce early, around 11 minutes, 12 minutes, the chance you win a skirmish or you win a 1v1 is better. If anything goes well, you can just completely annihilate the tower, get all those tower plates. Ravenous Hydra, you're not really going to have that option. It's mainly just for sustain. And even though it might feel better being able to eat golems and stuff like that, it's a bad habit to get into. Triforce is just the best. Now, for your second item, between Sundered Sky being your default, there are some alternatives. So just default the Sundered Sky, especially if they have a bunch of melee champions, or if you ever don't know what to build. But the exception to this rule is in games where you want to be winning through side lane. So normally you snowball, you know you can play for tier 2. If you can make progress 1v1, then tier mate items can be quite good. So the Stride Breaker is better into range chops if you feel like you can make progress, or range top jungle especially, can be quite good. And Titanic Hydra is good if you can just make progress versus melees. So let's say you're up against and even though it might feel better for your second item, between Sundered Sky being your default, there are some alternatives. So just default the Sundered Sky, especially if they have a bunch of melee champions, or if you ever don't know what to build. But the exception to this rule is in games where you want to be winning through side lane. So normally you snowball, you know you can play for tier 2. If you can make progress 1v1, then tier mate items can be quite good. So the Stride Breaker is better into range chops if you feel like you can make progress, or range top jungle especially, can be quite good. And Titanic Hydra is good if you can just make progress versus melees. So let's say you're up against an Aatrox and you get fed, maybe get 2 or 3 solo kills, you know that you can play for tier 2 top, tier 2 bottom, stuff like that. Titanic Hydra will be a great pickup, but maybe in that very same game you go 0-0 or 0-1, just default the Sundered Sky, especially in games where there's going to be a lot of team fights, which is pretty much every game that you play, Sundered Sky is going to be your go-to. Now, for the resistances, so Frozen Heart is actually a really underrated great second item on Jax, especially if they have heavy auto attackers because it's so cheap and you get a lot of ability haste as well. Jax is a really good haste user, and if you verse champions like Tryndamere top, Yone, especially if they have an AD jungler, it doesn't have to be the best game in the world for it, like a Tryndamere Graves. They might just have a Vi jungle and then attack damage top, like a Camille or something. Then Frozen Heart can still be great for you. So I would just make sure that if you're ever verse heavy AD top jungle, especially if their mid lane is behind, Frozen Heart is in your options, I would say, to pick up, and don't just default the Sundered Sky every time if they have a heavy AD comp, especially if they have auto attackers. Now, for Kanik Rukan, this is something I've been cooking up a little bit recently, and I found Frozen Heart is actually a really underrated great second item on Jax, especially if they have heavy auto attackers because it's so cheap and you get a lot of ability haste as well. Jax is a really good haste user, and if you verse champions like Tryndamere top, Yone, especially if they have an AD jungler, it doesn't have to be the best game in the world for it, like a Tryndamere Graves. They might just have a Vi jungle and then attack damage top, like a Camille or something. Then Frozen Heart can still be great for you. So I would just make sure that if you're ever verse heavy AD top jungle, especially if their mid lane is behind, Frozen Heart is in your options, I would say, to pick up, and don't just default the Sundered Sky every time if they have a heavy AD comp, especially if they have auto attackers. Now, for Kanik Rukan, this is something I've been cooking up a little bit recently, and I found it really high success into certain matchups, AP side laners. So there's not many of them, but champions like Vladimir or champions like Gwen, this is a game changer. Because if you don't build this, if you build, let's say, Sundered Sky, you're not getting any MR till 3 items, which is around 24-25 minutes. So that's pretty much the whole side laning portion of the game. Then it's Baron, then you're team fighting anyway. So being able to beat a Gwen or a Vladimir 1v1 in side lane and get pressure gives you so many options in the game. So even in games where I've been behind up against Gwen, as soon as I've got this Kinetic Rukin spike, I feel like I can beat her in side lane. So definitely a great pickup, especially if they have AP top jungle as well. Now, for Blade of the Ruined King, one thing I want to make very clear, don't go Bork and Wit's End very often. This should be very, very rare. The best matchups for Bork is Dr. Mundo and Mordekaiser. Other than then, very rare. The only time I would build this when I'm not up against those champions is if there's just no way I can team fight. If my team is behind, maybe I'm behind as well, and I need to be able to kill side lane, maybe like a Darius or something, then I will go Blade of the Ruined King. Never into tanks. It might seem counterintuitive, but Bork, you're going to beat the Gragas, you're going to beat the Malphite anyway, and if you're so far behind, you're not going to beat them with Bork anyway. So Bork is better into bruises, HP stacking bruises in games where you can't team fight at all, or just into Dr. Mundo because that guy's a bit too beefy and he's always going to be side laning up against you. Now for Hullbreaker, this is quite good into matchups like Gragas and stuff like that. You don't really need MR, or maybe matchups like Rumble if you get a good lead, because they can't deal with the Hullbreaker enhanced minion very often. Even Ornn as well is another good one. So you can just break the tower in front of them, and with Demolish and Hullbreaker, you pretty much just break the tier 2 tower in about 5-6 seconds, especially if grubs as well. So definitely an underrated second item in games where you just know you can break the second tower in front of them. And for boots, I would say stay away from Swifties after the nerf. You can, of course, if they've got Ashe, Olaf, stuff like that, but typically you're deciding between Mercury Treads and Ionian boots. So Merc Tread should be the one that you actually prioritize the highest. It actually doesn't mean that you build it the most. You build cooldown boosts the most, as Jax uses CDs really well, uses Flash and TP really well, and they're really, really cheap. But the reason you want to prioritize Merc Treads higher is not having Merc Treads is so much worse than not having cooldown boots in the wrong game. So if you have versus Leona, Lissandra, a bunch of CC, you need to go Merc Treads even if your lane opponent is physical damage. Just make sure you don't build them until after your Triforce if your lane opponent's not AP. Now, for the rest of our build tip, actually I'll touch on tabbies as well. The reason you don't want to go tabbies very often is because your E blocks auto attack, so it's not really that efficient. So it's better for you to only go tabbies if it's extreme. If they have Tryndamere Graves or something crazy like that, full AD comp, maybe Yasuo mid, you versus an 80 carry top like Quinn, sure, tabbies will be great in that situation, but other than the extreme cases, just default to cooldowns or Merc Treads. Now, moving on to the third and fourth item, rounding off our build, so Zhonya's. This is going to be in your 6-item build every single game, and I'd say 90% of the time, your third item. This item is just so good on Jax for team fighting. You really feel the second awakening on this champion, level 16 with Zhonya's, and even the mini spike of Seekers, really, really good as well. You can go in, make a lot of space, burn your cooldowns, Zhonya's, and get another rotation of Q and E up, so you can buy a lot of time in fights and get your full combo down without risk of just getting CC'd and blown up. So really, really valuable on him. Even in games where you're side laning, if you think about it, your side laning build, your second item, your third, by the time you get your third item, it's around Baron time anyway. Baron, Dragon Soul, so you don't really want to be building a Hullbreaker third very often.
I was gonna flash Bopper, but I think we're alright. Got the boom. That's what we got.
An ally has been
I'll get the
slain.
first part of the boots, and then we'll go straight into like some daggers, I guess. Should have just went mid. Because he engaged right here. We could have killed him.
An ally has been slain.
It's gonna be a problem. Could definitely see a frozen heart this game.
Slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
He's far stronger than you.
Okay.
I'll make the earth quake. Make way for me.
Enemy killing spree. An ally
Can't
has
believe I
been
missed
slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
Making haste.
Double kill. A summoner has disconnected. Enemy rampage.
So, I mean, this game, they have a Darius and a Volar Bear and a whole lot of other crap going on, but crowd, like, they have CC from all these guys, I know, so there's a decent amount of crowd control there. But I'm not sure that mercs are going to help much with him.
An ally has been slain.
The inventors told me to refuel this thing, whatever that means.
A lot of danger potentially right here.
An enemy has been slain.
Burn the tree.
Very risky here. I mean, we could potentially delete her.
An enemy is unstoppable.
I got Ignite coming up. I'll take this challenge.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
What's that weird clicking sound? Better go check it.
An enemy has been slain.
Just make sure she doesn't get jumped out of a bush or something real quick.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. You are killers.
I don't need to engage farther with that. This could be a Frozen Heart game, to be honest.
I need a snack. Now, where can I find some rice pudding?
An ally has been slain.
Fairly confident in what we do, but looks like she might have collapsed on me. She's pretty focused.
Turret plating will soon fall. An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
It's not the Avalon, it's the Jax inside. Bringing it on.
An enemy has been slain.
What can I say? I was never a fan of stealth.
Enemy killing spree.
Better go check it out.
Boom. Getting up in it, boys. We're getting up in it.
What fuels this, you ask? A little bit of Monster Essence and a whole lot of Jax.
Smaller than the diagram.
Has destroyed a turret. Rampage. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I guess my stun didn't go off when they pulled me. That seems to be what happened. And then when they pulled me, they got stunned AoE. Look at that.
Shut down. Rampage. An ally has been slain.
That was pretty good. I do say so myself.
I love how these engines roar.
Don't know how it didn't die before that, but I guess it was the frozen heart.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An ally has been slain.
They might try to hard push up mid. Might. I'm also like a similar level to them. So that could be kind of putting some say into like what's going on here.
What do they call these? Thrusters? They're great.
Rampage. A summoner has disconnected. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
That was a little rough. Little rough, if I do say so myself. You know what I'm saying? Just a dash. Just a dash of roughness. Nothing too rough. But pretty rough. Let's see turret damage. Turret damage wasn't really that crazy, to be honest.
Unless, of course, you're going to be winning the game through side very, very clearly. So maybe up against that Ornn, that Gragas, you're really progressing the game, you feel like you can get inhibs, then Hullbreaker will be a great pickup. Or if you just feel strong enough and tanky enough, the enemy's low threat that you don't need Zhonya's, then you don't have to do it. But I would just say any close game, any losing game, and even in most winning games, just go to Zhonya's most of the time. But I'll go through one by one when you wouldn't go it. So for Kanik Rukin, of course, if they have heavy AP threat. So maybe you went Sundered Sky second, but they have AP jungle mid. Of course, you need Kanik Rukin at that point. Now for Frozen Heart, this is just a third item alternative to Zhonya's, where you don't need Zhonya's, where you feel like you're not going to die, you're not going to get bursted, you feel so strong. Or if you base with enough gold to one-shot a Frozen Heart, that's a really good condition as well, then it's a really good pickup. Now for Hullbreaker, like we just touched on, if you're playing up against Ornn, if you're playing up against Gragas or something like that, Kennen, and you just want to pull them away from the fight, especially if the champion you're versing is more useful than you in a team fight like a Kennen, then Hullbreaker can give you a ton of value. And for Bork Witsend, so these attack speed items, it's pretty much the reasoning I gave before. So Mundo into Mordekaiser can be quite good. Witsend, very, very rare. You typically want a tanky MR item if you need MR, and Witsend, it just doesn't feel like you're building anything. That's the problem with this item. If you want more 1v1 threat, you go Bork. If you want MR, just go Kanik Rukin. The reason I have it in here is because there will be some cases where you need tenacity and MR, and you're not really that scared of getting bursted. So for example, maybe up against like a Lissandra, and they're merely top jungle support, where you're going to be auto-attacking and dashing a lot, and you couldn't go Merc Trades for whatever reason. You know, maybe you needed tabbies in that game or something, or you just base with enough for cooldown boots, you can go Witsend. But to be honest, I don't want this on the list. The reason I have it here is just because you do build it some games. It's not a never, but stay away from these attack speed items. I don't want to see you building them very often. Now for the rest of our build, same reasoning as before. The only new item you'll see here is Riftmaker. This can be a good last item, especially if your team is lacking AP, as it gives you a bit of HP as well, good in the extended trades, but you don't really want to be building full AP, just this one AP item can be fine. And other than that, Titanic Hydra can be good later on when you already have a ton of HP from the rest of your build. Now to finish off, I want to be going through items that I don't recommend that you build. So these items that I just think are bad on Jax, there might be a 1 in 1,000, 1 in 500 game where you build them, but typically you should be staying away from them. Now, Iceborne Rush. So I briefly mentioned that, but this item is good into full AD comp, maybe. So if you verse Yasuo mid, Graves jungle, Tryndamere top, sure, you can slam Iceborne, of course it's going to be great, but I wouldn't build it unless that's the condition that's met. Now for Black Cleaver, so this item is bad. Jax is actually around half magic damage, maybe a little bit less, so it's not really that efficient of a buy. The item is just pretty weak in general as well, so even if you build versus a tank, this is not the item that you want to be building. And for Terminus, I wouldn't say this is necessarily bad, I'd just say it's more of a for fun item, so there's never going to be a game where you would build this over another item, but if you're just carrying the game, if you're really fit, it can be a little bit of fun. And for Randurance, the reason I don't like this one is just because your E blocks auto attacks anyway, so it's very inefficient. It's better to build Frozen Heart. So whenever you would build Randurance, Frozen Heart would be a better buy. Maybe an extreme case, like if you wish Yone, Yasuo, Tristana, same comp, whatever, anything like that, but that's never going to happen, so just default to Frozen over Randurance. And for Shojin, so Spear of Shojin I have experimented with a lot. Because in my head it should be good on Jax, it should feel good, but it just doesn't. There's no situation that I've come into where Shojin is a better buy than either Titanic Hydra or Zhonya's or a full tank item, so I'll just stay away from it. I don't really see a situation where this would be better than another alternative that I've mentioned in this guide. And for GA, the reason you don't want GA is because Zhonya's is just better, so there's no reason to prioritize Guardian Angel over Zhonya's. Now for Flicker, say this is necessarily bad, I'd just say it's more of a for fun item, so there's never going to be a game where you would build this over another item, but if you're just carrying the game, if you're really fit, it can be a little bit of fun. And for Randurance, the reason I don't like this one is just because your E blocks auto attacks anyway, so it's very inefficient. It's better to build Frozen Heart. So whenever you would build Randurance, Frozen Heart would be a better buy. Maybe an extreme case, like if you wish Yone, Yasuo, Tristana, same comp, whatever, anything like that, but that's never going to happen, so just default to Frozen over Randurance. And for Shojin, so Spear of Shojin I have experimented with this over another item, but if you're just carrying the game, if you're really fit, it can be a little bit of fun. And for Randurance, the reason I don't like this one is just because your E blocks auto attacks anyway, so it's very inefficient. It's better to build Frozen Heart. So whenever you would build Randurance, Frozen Heart would be a better buy. Maybe an extreme case, like if you wish Yone, Yasuo, Tristana, same comp, whatever, anything like that, but that's never going to happen, so just default to Frozen over Randurance. And for Shojin, so Spear of Shojin I have experimented with a lot. Because in my head it should be good on Jax, it should feel good, but it just doesn't. There's no situation that I've come into where Shojin is a better buy than either Titanic Hydra or Zhonya's or a full tank item, so I'll just stay away from it. I don't really see a situation where this would be better than another alternative that I've mentioned in this guide. And for GA, the reason you don't want GA is because Zhonya's is just better, so there's no reason to prioritize Guardian Angel over Zhonya's. Now for Flicker Blades. This one I'm close to putting on the list. The reason I'm not, again, it's another for fun item. You're going to beat your opponent 1v1 inside, whether you have this item or not. It's really, really rare. It's going to be the difference maker. And if you verse a champion that you want to spend all your gold on purely combat power, again, like a Mundo or like a Mordekaiser, then Blade of Ruin King is going to be better. So I don't see a situation where Flicker Blades is better than that. But again, it is pretty fun. So if you're really fit and you verse a heavy auto attacking team, you can go this. But in a normal game, even if you do verse a heavy auto attacking team, Frozen Heart will be better. And for the final one, full AP. So this is probably, unfortunately, one of the most common questions I get asked about Jax builds. When should you go full AP? Is full AP good? The short answer to that is no. You should never be building full AP on Jax. The reason for that is full AP Jax isn't really a build to make the champion stronger in certain situations. It's a build that really accentuates Boss's playstyle. So of course he's the one that started the full AP Jax, and the reason it's good on him, he does the proxying, the high tempo def recall, dying with good tempo, getting high farm per minute, dying inside, stuff like that. Full AP is better for that because the wave clear is significantly higher. If Boss build AD, he wouldn't be able to proxy, he wouldn't be able to clear the waves properly, so he needs to build it. That doesn't mean that you can't do it, of course, but just like you've never seen a Sion player in League, the Inting Sion that's done well, a full AD Sion, apart from Boss, you're never going to see an AP Jax that does well either, so I'll just recommend stay away from it, learn Jax the more standard way, and get really good at the default rune and item setups. Moving on to abilities, tips, and tricks, and starting with the passive, something to keep in mind for this one is before you take a big level 1 trade in a really volatile matchup or an all-in, anything like that, if you can stack up your passive on the wave before you go, that's going to make it more optimal, especially versus strong level 1 champions like Darius or Olaf, anything like that. If you can stack up your passive before you go, your chance of success will be way higher, especially with the lethal tempo setup. Now with the ability maxing, you're going to be maxing W every game, then E, then Q, and of course putting a point in ult whenever you can. So moving on to the Q. So the Q is relatively straightforward, a point-click jump, but there are some things you need to know about it, starting with the auto-attack cancel. So if you auto-attack just as the damage goes through, use your Q, you can cancel that auto-animation and still get the damage off, which can be quite useful for ordering people and jumping away, or just maximizing your damage. You can also QW at the same time, and that's going to proc your W damage onto them, but it's not really recommended unless that's going to kill them, because Q auto-W is going to be more damage, of course, getting in that extra auto-attack. You can also QW and then Zhonya, and you'll get the full QW damage onto them, and Zonya's in the air. And even though you'll be golden, you'll still get that damage down. They can be useful if you feel like you're going to die or get CC'd while you're in midair. That's the only real use for it, but other than that, don't waste your Zonya unless you absolutely need to. Now for Black, maybe matchups like Rumble if you get the time. But I'll go through one by one when you wouldn't go it. So for Kanik Rukey, and he's always going to be...
To Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned.
Now everyone can walk in the shadow of Jax. At least leave a dent. There's more to me than meets the eyes.
There. I need more power. Charge ready.
I don't know why I didn't get level 2 off of that. That's such bullshit.
Charge into battle.
Incoming. Running on empty.
I still got my flash. Now why Kane's down here and my Amumu hasn't even finished his first jungle clear? I don't know. Kinda bad.
You got nothing.
Engines roar. My footprints must be huge.
Finish the shadow.
is that worth? Probably not. If we're being perfectly honest.
What fuels this, you ask? A little bit of monster essence and a whole lot of Jax.
An enemy has been slain.
This is just what I need to get around town.
An ally has been slain.
What's up? We've got first fire.
Allow me to demonstrate the art of
Enemy has been slain.
Got this.
what do they call the legends about me? All true.
I would want to jump that Annie, but might be a bit greedy on my part.
I'll protect you.
What is going on? You got her not done, huh?
Banish the shadows.
I never left.
Shine down.
enemy has been slain.
That's what I get for flashing. I don't even know why I flash now.
Banish the shadow.
So that's what losing feels like.
Doesn't feel like I needed to. See, I don't know if we need. This could be a stride breaker game.
Pilot thing a try.
Try and catch these guys is a little bit difficult.
This Avalon could barely contain my might.
In a hurry.
This was built to slay beasts far stronger than you.
An enemy has been slain.
There.
Shut down.
Hobbies include saving
That was a long jump.
kingdoms, eating eggs boiled at optimal temperatures.
Let me give you a hug. Shine bright!
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
I feel like a new Jax.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Before we pick this back up.
Let's try. We'll try Sundering Sky, I guess.
The people say I'm the best warrior in all three kingdoms. And good people they are.
So they have 2 crowd controls that are pretty
Your
big.
turret has been destroyed.
The shadows.
slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Now that I got this Avalon, remind me why I need a team again?
Oh, we're about to get destroyed.
This is the best thing since boiled eggs.
No more holding back! No holding back!
Unstoppable.
I'll dodge it all. Witness the best.
Dominating.
Now everyone can walk in.
He has destroyed the turret. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Danger. Let me save everyone before we pick this back up.
60, so we got like 180 health.
Your turret has been destroyed.
One way to take the tower.
Armies into war. Now I live out my dream inside a giant metal
Your team has destroyed a turret.
There's more to me than meets the eyes. Feels great to charge into
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
What's that weird clicking sound? Better go check it out.
An enemy has been slain.
I think we have to do it.
Better not slow me down.
They got these two that are like gonna nuke me.
An ally has been slain.
How, like... Like, I saw it go in there. I just assumed that it detonated already. Why is it there for like 10 minutes? It's crazy. Can't believe
An enemy has been slain.
he was faster than me. That's absurd.
An enemy has been slain.
Trust in me. The order is given. Darn Avalon is holding me back. Are you shaking yet? Now this is what I call a warrior stride.
An ally has been slain.
They collapsed on the collapse. Crazy. And Azir's ult didn't work because he bounced it off this big ass rock right here.
Freeman lad. Kill. So, onward.
Ally has been slain.
Feels like.
That's where I need to go, to be honest.
What do they call these? Thrusters? They're great.
has been slain.
All true. All right,
An enemy has been slain.
Banish the shadows.
Has been slain.
Onward!
Enemy is legendary.
God, he's so fast.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Crazy. See, I still feel like the attack speed Jax was better. Like, the ability to push towers and just push lane really quick. Like, I don't think Sundering Sky is going to help me that much. But all of the sub-items for the other stuff worked pretty well.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy is unstoppable.
I'll dodge it all.
Shut down.
Defense to offense. My kingdom's in danger. Let me save everyone before we pick this back up.
Alright. Now we're gonna try for the Zonia build. Which will give us the extra armor.
For someone of my skill, I'm not sure I need this ammo. But don't tell my name. Hey, this thing looks just like me. I'll dodge it all.
Your team has destroyed the turret. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
How much has this healed me for? 475. I don't know how good that is.
Remember, it's not
This could be a game to build the magic resist, but I don't know. I'm not super worried about it, man.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. An enemy has been slain.
Wow.
Banish the shadows.
How the fuck did everyone die? There's only like 2 of them there.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
We're pretty low level.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Triple kill. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
3 kingdoms, 1 Jax. Everyone ought to give this pilot thing a try.
Dude, she already backed. Oh, she had Baron buff.
Dominating.
I guess that would make sense.
Back in my kingdom, we had way more monsters to kill. Come on, where are the monsters?
An ally has been slain.
Defense to offense. Kingdom carries.
Damn. Garen though, holy crap. I don't even know how he's so damn fast. Attack damage, movement speed is probably that, but ton of damage for turrets as well. I feel like if we did build a hull breaker last item, it could be useful, but
Double kill. Triple kill.
So that's what losing feels like.
look at that.
Has destroyed a turret.
5 or 6 auto attacks.
Ally has been slain. Legendary.
Lethal tempo is here, baby.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
This Avalon will barely contain my knife.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. has respawned.
This is the best thing since boiled eggs. Now, Sir Shurima. I need a snack. Now, where can I find some rice pudding?
Has been slain.
I already forgot what that last thing I was trying to build was gonna be. It's about equal damage both ways on them, to be honest. Maybe, and then you despair.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I think we lose this game.
A summoner has disconnected.
So that was more of a throw on the Azir's part, I think, because he just stood out there until he got hit by a Lux thing, and then the rest of us were kind of zoning around. So I think it's my last game for tonight. I gotta go to bed. Y'all guys have a good one.